morning. Bright and early start so we can get through the rest of 2.x in time for patch. When all, well, not all, but 10% of what we just went through goes bye-bye. So let me... I was running Copied Factory last night and changed all of my sound settings because I wanted to listen to the music in Copied Factory. And so now I had to make sure that they were... we'll adjust as need be as we go through. So we last off, we killed an Ascian. We successfully defeated and eliminated Nebralis from existence. But in the process, the new friend that we just made, Moonbrita, has sacrificed herself to make this happen. And so at the end of last week, we all mourned her passing. But there are things to be done, and so I'm sure Minfilia has something for us to do. Have a moment, Gale. I believe Yida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. The rising stones feel somehow colder. Moonbrita always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. We may have read these already. We must find some means protecting ourselves from Ascian intrusions. There must be a way. I loathe to see Yida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalimo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation, am at a loss for words. Hey, it's Gale! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I no Moan would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment, so I was wondering, do you think maybe you could collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flowers right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rathfrost. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? A stack of gil received from Mita, and now I have a cat in my way. I'm trying to read, Nim. For a single moon daisy. Hi. What can I do for you? Huh? They've got you running errands now? The Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Send in the savior of Eorezea to the bleeding market? Fine, here's your time. And that is. What's up, kitten? What's up? You see your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here, then, take it. And tell that Yeeta lass I something, because there's a cat in my way. Yes, Nimmers, what's the matter? What's the matter? Why you needin' attention? Why you needin' attention? Huh? And tell that Yeeta lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace the dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. Yep, I got a cat here. Who, just seems to want all of my attention. All of my attention. Yeah, yeah. What's up? What do you need? You have breakfast, I'm not giving you snacks yet. That's better. You can totally sit like that. I can pet you and see. That's a perfect compromise. A perfect compromise. I know. I know that feels good. You just want loves. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I meant to say is, I'll never know, because there's a cat in my way. Sit your butt down if you want pets. Sit your butt down if you want pets. What I meant to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Menfina during daylight hours. Moonbrita loved these things, you know? You want all my attention this morning. All my attention. But I have 16 quests I have to get through, and I would like to be able to go downstairs sometime today. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Wagons! It's wagons! The horde is coming! The horde is coming!
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
I'm looking at my side monitor to be able to see where the hell I'm going, because cat in the way! Okay, she's given up. We shall press onwards as we have always done. I will not squander the sacrifices of our fallen friends by surrendering to a paralysis born of fear. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthis will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. 1 down, 15 to go. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aramek himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companions of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Trevanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aramek would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Kurthis at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to the quelling of the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the Grand Companies of Eorezea. Would you consent to plead our case to the leaders? Oh, now you want our help. You didn't want to help any of us. You want poo-poo the Alliance, poo-poo. And now it's, Alliance, will you help? Though I will gladly appeal to the Grand Companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aramek's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows' involvement. You faced Midgar-Sormar and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the roads lead us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Gale. Yeah, I think the only, dungeon thing we have in this patch is Steps of Faith. The rest of it's story.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh, wait, let me pop out here first and see if anybody's moved. If you're looking for the Scions, they've already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved. Considering recent history, will there be any amongst the Alliance willing to aid the Holy See? Ishgard has few friends at the bargaining table. Though I have never seen one myself, it is said that Dragon's Lair just beyond. I think there's supposed to be an A in there. It is said that a Dragon's Lair? Or is lair a verb here? It is said that Dragon's Lair just beyond the borders of my homeland. Never heard of lair as the verb. Should events take a turn for the worst, we are fortunate that this settlement is such a popular crossroads for so many veteran adventurers. This town has been calm through all this talk of war, but if those dragons come to Revenant's Toll, there'll be panic aplenty, I'd wager. But everybody, the other domans are off doing other things. Okay, now I'm just gonna book it. No, I don't need my chocobo to come down here and talk to Alphino. It seems I was swifter, gal. You too, however, have arrived within time to spare, for our host is yet to make his appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Yes, because we so have jurisdiction here. Mark the nervous glances our friends share. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred, something unexpected. Let us question the knights here ere we proceed. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle in our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards, if our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Arsheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. 'Twould seem the heretic struck first, and most telling, blow against Ishgard. I can't read. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aramek awaits you. Two. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we are bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Haurchefant will know where Sir Aramek means to receive us. Ooh, I can guess. Where he's gonna receive us. Or he always receives us. Yes, that was 2. Midgarstormer, you're in my way. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flame of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattle. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. Well, I knew that's where we were going. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests on our assistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Aramek sweat for his reinforcements. On this occasion, feigned disinterest may serve the cause of Eorezean unity better than naked philanthropy. Come, let us find out what concessions the Holy See is willing to make. Oh, I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Stinian. No, that's Haurchefant. Oh, okay. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the land, Stinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Of course, if you'd done the Dragoon quest up till now, he'll say something totally different, because you know him then. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Lady Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive at the assault on the gate. 'Twould seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg? One of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgar's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the beasted worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Inshard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind can comprehend the depths of his rancor. The Eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perceptions of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, those who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, and their souls too. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorezean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lads in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garleans' arrival, that is. for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona? 7 hells! Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorezea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Aramek. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared, then the worm who roared, was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. I am painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, gladly shall I bow my head and beg for aid. I expect, nay, welcome the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Anyway, I'm too far away. Nidhogg, he is the source of our suffering. If we do not fell the worm, these endless clashes count for naught. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorezea together in a common cause. Sir Aramek was more ruthless in his negotiation than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Well, this was probably the quickest quest ever. Please be voice acted. Please be voice acted.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury. All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorezea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions, and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
What was that about? Is that 3 or 4? Four. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I don't want to play diplomat, thank God. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthis. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray, brief Slathborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. We are rather close to Kurthis, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Gale. I've 101 things to discuss with Slathborn. So, Minfilia has committed the Scions to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncements with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives at stake. The threat of war sows panic and confusion, and routine tasks can offer a calming stability. Being sure the larder is properly stocked, for instance. Just the cooks and Minfilia are left in-house. And so I'd like you to spread the word to the settlers and adventurers in town. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room in an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soils. I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who'll answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I am not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the Fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have ye? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ula. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as bind us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp among wolves. But the boy's got passion, and when he talked about being a guardian of Eorezea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rub us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, so I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Anyway, you've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Gale. in peril and has need of heroes. If you've ever dreamed of battling a Dravanian, then now is your chance. La 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 dee da. A child's joy will always brighten your day. I'll show you a smile if you're happy to pay. Does that sound right? Tataru has been teaching me traditional Ul'dah rhyme songs. The children of Ul'dah seem to spend an awful lot of time thinking about money. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. So was that a yes or a no? I think that was a... It depends on the pay. I keep telling the grown-ups that we're adventurers now, but they still won't let us out to explore. They say it's too dangerous. We'll just have to show them what the Doman Braves are capable of. The Doman Braves. Ouch. It's alright, Gale. You can manage it. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. Ah, but I have pledged myself to God Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. I don't think there's any more in here, but I'm gonna check before I run back the other way. Oh, good thing I checked. Volunteer my service in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventurer in the first place. Would sooner die in pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. You are all about needing attention this morning, aren't you? There you are, Gale. So, did you sway any hearts? Not necessarily. 1 or 2, eh? Well, add it to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slathborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanky knights at least. Oh, I've been caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphido. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Isgard's plight, and they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. So I gotta go do the diplomatic thing anyway. Boo. Boo, Nim, boo. You've got a little something right here in your eye. Let me get that out. Let me get that out. Aw, my kitty. My kitty. Kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty. Yeah, yeah. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Tell him, Merwib.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
You have a lot on your mind when you're planning to give up your throne. And you haven't told your boyfriend? Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Haurchefant and Sir Aramek to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorezea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde. Hey, thanks for the follow! Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Gale, I would have you and your adventurers' allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Merkelane at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Off to Camp Dragonhead. Don't think anyone's on right now. Nope. You are the appointed captain of the Sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces. But we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Off to Whitebrim. I should have used the side entrance. Actual fighting. We've been streaming for an hour, and this is the first actual fighting I've had to do. Where am I going now? Ugh, all the way up to Steel Vigil. Okay. Okay. Yes. More dragons. to the gates. And that should put us at 6, right? Come on, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be 6 down. 10 to go! There's a shortcut up here. I can bypass the city proper. Fly, Chocobo! Ow. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils! Damn their scaly hides! Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gate of judgment lies the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, the thrice-damned Witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Faith. Should the Trevanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out onto the Steps of Faith and prepare to meet the horde. May the Fury guide your blades. Boom. Once again, I check. Nobody's on. Alright. Let's queue for Steps of Faith. Theoretically, less than 5 minutes. We'll see. Ooh, I should probably repair. We'll head back into Dragon-Head and repair. If it pops beforehand, yay! If not, hey, we did something to kill the time. Here we go. dragon! The dragons, they are withdrawing! Victory is ours! Yay! 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 And the people rejoiced! Yay! Yay! One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Did I say debt or death? Okay, definitely need to repair. Midgar Summer, you're in my way. Gale, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at Still Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Levior, Gale, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. I too would offer my thanks, Gale. Through your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorezean alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbud back to Uda and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. I'm not yours to command, brat. I am faced by a merciless mountain of administrative chores. Thankfully, this is one battle I am well equipped to fight. Gale, welcome back. Alphinaud sent word of the siege, and of course of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Gale. Thank you. Neither. You must be wary, Gale, and now may very well be your only chance to... Take that back. I don't rest. Antecedent! A message from Uda arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. It's getting darker. There we go. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Nano invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbrita, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Totaro, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Where's Tataru? Flamin, have you seen Tataru? Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. In Doma, fidelity is a highly prized virtue. Perhaps it is a difference in culture, but this situation lies outside my comprehension. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? A primal shackles its faithful with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I fear the power Thancred wields over his admirers is rather more fickle, especially when each realizes she is not the sole object of his affections. Oh gods, make it stop! My sides are about to burst! Makote Manstealer, well, I'm the one who procured the rarest of ores. What else are they saying? Come on, pop back up again. I don't know, why will they pop back up again? He said that I was his favorite muse. You'd best watch your tongue. Why don't we leave these others to their squabbling, Ladies, please, this is no way to— Oh, hello, Gale. I was just, entertaining some friends. Oh, gods. Yep. Uh-huh. You were never a bard, you were always a rogue. A rogue scoundrel. Yeah, poor Thancred. Where is Tataru? Could be anywhere. Here, Popito. There she is. Oh, Gale, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. But that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Gale. I'm glad we had this little chat. Glad I could be of help. I'm curious. Kel's here, but my thing is not telling me I have any additional viewers. Interesting. I don't know what's up with I don't know what's up with Twitch. Anywho. Let's go back and talk to Minfilia. Tataru's being Tataru. I have bigger things to deal with. My mind is made up. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, but with all the recent excitement, Gale made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Colton have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself, and others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey! This is the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Ah, not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. I wonder who that's going to be. Very well, I should consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. I think at 2 hours, going to take a short break to go get something new to drink. Oh, we have two things? Two things. Let's go take care of Tataru first, I believe. The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Eorezea mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Luminsa? Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. Now, when I first played this, I wondered if she always picked whatever class you were, because I had started as an Arcanist. But nope, she always looks to this. I just get different dialogue. Gil, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thubrigim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again! Greetings, and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So, you are acquainted with our newest member? I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited for the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me. Why not supervise Sataru's trainings? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial would be conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. Yeah, if you went through that yourself, she recognizes you and says, "Hey, you remember what you had to do?" She's going to do that now. Wake up! There are the crates. Eorezea seized Pirate's Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, come the lass whom none could fool. Beat 'em with the backdraft, gut 'em with the gust, deck 'em with the downburst, go, Carbuncle, go! Oh, are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Bye, Carbuncle! Carbuncle? That's why the Carbuncle ran away. The rat's bigger than it is. Ah! Ah! Come back, Carbuncle, come back! I wouldn't say anything. I'd just look at her. Or wouldn't even let her know I was watching. She doesn't need to know that her embarrassment was witnessed. I should have known you'd come, Gil. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you've borne witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress the Brigham that of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Don't worry, Tataru, you get some good character development. Got myself turned around there a little bit. And I will say, Limsa on Zalera is surprisingly light today. Ah, back so soon? How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thurbergrim, abysmally, as Gale will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist, wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Fataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, you must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Trions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mr. Thrubergen. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful! Then off to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Okay, we're gonna finish this little mini side step with Tataru, and then I'm gonna go get something to drink. And then we'll go back and help Hori Boulder. Yes, this is it. This is where we meet, where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I have fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Yeah, you want me to fight your clams for you? What fortune! I've already found one! Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. What? I'm not even paying attention. I don't even know what infuriate is. Which one? Oh, this over here? That I'm not just popping it and using it? Yeah. Whatever. Well fought, Gale, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. She has really purple eyes. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamen waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lominson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Achoo! You're protected by the mask of the computer screen. Farewell, Gale, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Aw, I'm smiling. And so is she. I never orient myself before I start moving, and I always end up moving in the wrong. Where does she have? I love that! With the thing tied. What is that? Raken needs it. No, come back here. What do you have glamored on there? The Craftsman singlet, that's what I thought. Raken might have that. Rickon that needs to diet. Ooh. Yeah, I do think I grabbed that. But I don't think I paid attention to its dyeing options to be able to have a black top with any colored wrap, because awesome! Welcome home, Gale. I gather you found Tataru in Limsa Lominsa? Yeah, we had this little adventure. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Alright, I'm going to BRB, and then we'll help Hori Boulder. I should say that again with my mic on. We're back with some hydrating liquid. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hori Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and the escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents. But, yeah, So is going to, like, pick up Ida's flower and all the other crap Alphino makes me do. But I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Like I said, I'm not resting till Shadowbringers. Generous to a fault. I thank you, Gale. Hi, Cat. Now it would seem only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. Ugh. Dim away. Hi, baby. Can you move over that way just a little bit? Or sit your butt down? Now it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorezea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summoning. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hori Boulder and Coltonet were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. Truly, you are a pillar of strength, Gale. Hori Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. I had no idea that you would be assisting us personally, Gale. My sincerest apologies for dragging you into our affairs. I have no idea what the boulder is saying. Gale, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Come here, girl. Come here. Just come sit on my lap. That'll be easier, you know? I can brush you and you can stay out of my view. Huzzah! What did I tell you, Colnay? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? It's true, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Gale, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Gale, in spirit we shall be together every step of the way. At last, the Scions man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isumhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not to explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Oh look, wild beasts. I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Bolt awaits, shall we? You know what? I'm gonna kill you. Why don't you try doing this without me, and then see how much you can get done. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Kill the tree! But do it quietly. Oops. Fascinating. These readings were not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air about hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. Oh, our safety. Hey, are you taking a liking to me? No, no fates. No fates. This data should prove invaluable to... Gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoids while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. That would be awful, wouldn't it? That was for you, Kel. It was all for you. You chose to paddle in the Ichor while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there had been a measurable decrease in Eorezea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurement to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuation should be easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. No, I don't think so. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray, find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the Sixth Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else? Something else? Scion, come here! I need you! I have to wonder if this questline is foreshadowing a full 3 expansions in the future. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. I don't know. I don't know what you're thinking. There you are, Gale. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of Crystal Brave's operations in this area. What caused had Wilred to come here? What should we do? You're scared of a dead body. We will see to the scholar's protection, Gale. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. People are taking more readings and fighting the Aether is changing, a consequence of the first imbalance. Ah! It very well could be. So do I. Given how much, like, there is littered without, I wouldn't put it past USGP to do that. I mean, the whole story of the rejoining is already here. And as soon as we get through Heavensward, that's when the Warriors of Darkness show up. Midgar Somewhere, you're in my way. The Goblin, my Emmet representative, was never in my way. It's empty. It's never empty. Usually at least Flamin or... Well, Flamin might be... and Tataru might still be in the markets. But usually at least there's one Doman around. Gale, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort shape so? Wilred, dead, mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this? And why? Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorezean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorezean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Brita. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Laman a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. It's okay, they're safe. Off to the big soiree, Gale? Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? We found Railrid. He's dead. By the Navigator, Wilrid's dead? God damn it. They must have known they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around, on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. A daft name for a business if ever I heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody Bribery Consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin, but now we know as some of 'em are, I'd wager me right eye that they're the ones what did for Wilrid. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissin' into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our rank. On that you have my word. And Gale, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind that'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Bum bum bum! If I did not know better, I should think our bard had run afoul of another jilted lover. What you looking at down there? Is that... No, just my imagination. Oh, pay no attention to me. 'Tis a habit from my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. I do hope Yida is not under the impression that we are here to make merry. We are ostensibly the antecedents' escort, after all. It's a banquet, so there'll definitely be food, but will there also be dancing? And if there is, will it be before or after the food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun, but neither is being hungry. What to do? Did you miss the part? Well, no, you came in right at poor Thancred when he was being harassed by like 5 people who were all jealous of. Watch your tongue whilst in the Aurora Promenade. Are you Mont? No. Close. Oh, wait. I was heading right into the thing. I actually have to talk to Minfilia. We have been waiting for you, Gale. The celebration is due to begin shortly. That disturbs me. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. I'm needed at the quicksand. We have a banquet to attend. Why am I needed at the quicksand? We will go on ahead, Gale. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. She another one of your girlfriends? I guess Thancred wouldn't discriminate. Lalafell's just as good as any others. Of course. Look how absolutely quiet it is at the quicksand. You two are freaking me out. Oh. They're fake. That's why. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Gale. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Aliane, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was glad to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking these words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghost of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to fill by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Aliane. Stirring your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikern and the buzzing of surfets, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Gale, is that you? What brings you out this way? You weren't trustworthy to begin with. I'm just looking for Eliane. Lieutenant Eliane? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guest, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Uldalgale. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. You were never trustworthy. Wake up, Gale. Be smart. Be smart!
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall.
This is Twilight over Thanalan. It's not the remake, the redone version for 2.0. It's actually the 1.0 version.
Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
I got a kitty foot. It's got some jelly beans. It's got some jelly beans. Are you ticklish?
You're like, stop rubbing my toes and rub my face instead. Yeah. Yeah. I reckoned you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Eliane. What's the matter? No appetite? This tiny glass container appears to have been used before. To contain what, pray tell? So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Aw, crap! I know what that is. That's how they planted it on me. Ugh. That's how they planted it on me. Any road, no use worrying about Eliane. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long. And when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid for. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Would you believe that, while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultan's handmaiden, no less. I can't read with a cat in front of me. Nim, you're in my way. Come on, go over there. Or put your butt down. If you put your butt down, you can sit there. Come on. Put your butt down. And I'm glad that word begins with a K. Once delivered by the one delivered by the Sultana handmaiden, no less. Seems her grace desires a private audience. Aw, no! 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 We're gonna say no. No private audience. With a stray vial in our hands. No. Even Nim says no. I smell something. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go. I don't wanna. I don't wanna.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorezea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
Your trusty warrior of light? I do not belong to you. I am my own person.
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
Oops, wrong door. Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it, or, if you are ready, it will be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Here we go!
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in, and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words, after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorezea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience.
I'm setting
The
you up.
matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
I have no expression.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand.
He'll need a hand, all right.
You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide! Men, arrest this viper!
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
try that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorezea.
Eat is eating.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
This is a local affair. Get out, foreigner.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
That almost looks like my brother. Not Thancred.
Whatever
the
is going
chick
on
he's
in
talking
there?
Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals.
He's so... the man in black.
Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
The dread pirate Thancred.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. as you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
This is true.
Wait, goddamn you! Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
Okay. Teleji set it up, but Lolo Rito knew about it and worked with Nanamo to, like, then fool him and, like, switch the stuff. I think that's actually what's going on here. And yes, I'm jumping way ahead in story, but this is a veteran player. Okay, so Nanamo didn't know. Okay, but so Loloritu knew Teleji was planning to assassinate Nanamo and frame me for it. And so Lolorito and the Handmaiden switched it out with a sleeping potion. Nanamo knew nothing about it. Okay, I think that all tracks in my head. But it wasn't like Lolorito set this whole thing up to make Teleji. It's like, no, Teleji had this plan all along. Lolorito found out about it and undermined him by switching. Okay, that makes sense to me.
Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. No!
Oh, and I did get definitive proof that Pippin cannot be theirs, because Pippin's actually older than Nanamo. There goes that theory of mine.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the Monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Yeah, he didn't factor that into his planning.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them! You've been in league with the Scions all along!
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Oh, Raban!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
When the limbs start flying, the pirates get out of dodge.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Raban kind of forced his hand there.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Roar!
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ah, there you are.
I've been a little busy.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
A while.
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you, go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
Bye, guys. We won't see you for a while.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
That little thing makes hella sense now.
Ah! Now look what you've done.
She has eyes, or at least AI.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
Well, they're the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorezea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Can Mard buff you like that, Kel? If not, he's been shortchanging you for a long time.
I was hoping you'd say that.
So, Mard then just doesn't, he's just not good enough as a black mage. Tell him he has more training to do.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Well, yeah, they were perpetually at war with their brothers. They couldn't trust Aether
This
networks
way!
because that failed once.
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive
Stop
to
them.
brighten the
What
morrow.
do you think?
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
Yeah, I know. And he means, don't worry, I'm not gonna die. He's not
What is the plan,
thinking
milady?
of any possible
Shall I take the dozen on the left
other
and you the dozen on the
outcomes.
right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
Okay, now I'm
You
picturing.
wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Oh no! He took an arrow in the knee! That's it! His adventuring days are over.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Nymphilia.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me.
She's got her commands from the mother. Her time has come.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorezea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
Hey, Chuck, how's it going? Long time no see. Yeah, I'd forgotten that she basically was told to stay there. My memory had kind of written it that it was just a mishap of Stola's spell. Yeah, that can be a way of it, but at least you're working, you know. That's a good thing in these times.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
Yep, yeah, we have no idea who Pippin is. This is our very first introduction to Pippin.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
When he finally reveals himself, part of me was like, did I just forget this piece of information? Which is highly likely. Yeah, that I would have no idea. But I do believe this is, like, a first meeting for all. But it definitely felt like I should have some inkling of information to know who this guy is. And that I was just, wasn't paying close enough attention, but nope.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Yeah. Definitely, it's 100% his introduction in Realm Reborn. Having played through and paid a lot more attention and reading everything, I can say for certain there is no Pippin. There is no mention of Pippin anywhere. But again, 1.0, I have no idea. Anyway, back to my man who first brought me to my beginning and now takes me from my end.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
I love how he's covering his face like now he's in disguise. There's only one other person in the entire planet that dresses as awfully as he does.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away.
How the hell would Alice say know any of this?
Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Eorezea, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yes, you have. That's what you do.
And who might you be, young sir?
Turpin Terrapin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alphino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorezea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Indeed. Arrogant little twerp. That'll teach you for saying my warrior of light, not yours. Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ul'dah and get the lay of the land. May provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. All right, let's go. How could I have been so blind? Because you're an arrogant little twerp. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he'd lend us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Gale, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Gale are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Toppin, but Alphino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, that was not who I was expecting. That was not the voice I would have given Sid. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly, then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. Kurthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monetarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monetarists claim. Marshal Toppin, I know not what to say. Ha! Now That father would labor to be believed. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Up, up! There's no rest for the righteous. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Haurchefant. Mayhap he will know what to do. It's so quiet. Except for the fate. And then the little squee. Lord Haurchefant has agreed to grant us succor. He says that we will be safe here. Master Alphino told me your tale, Gale. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the Gates of Judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such.
I like it, the Falling Snows. Please, pray return to the Falling Snows.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Uldar will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Back to the intercessory. Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I don't believe it's as long as the last one, though. Here we go. Oh, voice act it.
Alphino! Gil! Is it really you? Oh. I'm so happy that you are... I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamen told me to run, and so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I have observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after you Giri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Oriange. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Oriange started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes. So we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did.
My people are searching for the other Scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. Ah, but you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we have yet cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, is it not impossible that the others would have done so as well? You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing."
Yep.
I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorezea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought.
Yes, 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 yes. But
gave
in all
commands,
fairness, this
influenced
is
governments with my certainty.
the end of basically the first game. So we're wrapping up right now the end of the series of patches before the next expansion comes out. So this is all the wrap up of story.
I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorezea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee?
Yeah, you did believe that.
Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorezea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos, which was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Now don't make the same mistake again.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you?
Estinian might be.
What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alphino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorezea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Hi, Leia. Yes. Say goodbye to these voice actors. And unfortunately, I can't turn up my volume anymore because that's in there. Unless I can do this. That's better.
Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe the lamb's alive. So believe.
Oh, this I'm replaying the game. I'll turn this down a little more. So this part of the game, the next expansion came out in 2015, which is actually when I started playing this game. So the original game 1.0 came out a long time ago, and then they killed it, restarted the game as 2.0. This is the end of 2.0, and no. And so next Sunday, I will go right into the next expansion, which is Heaven's Sword, and then there's Stormblood, and then there's Shadowbringers, and right now we're in the post-patches of Shadowbringers. So the third patch after that expansion, after the 5th expansion, comes out this Tuesday. But because the story of Shadowbringers is so flippin' amazing, yeah. And different one that was bombing my stream earlier. The story of Shadowbringers was so amazing that I wanted to replay again with this particular character model for reasons that come much later. So that's the whole purpose of why I'm doing this particular stream. My Sunday mornings are replaying this game on this alt character in the whole kind of, now that I know what I know, let me go back and look for all the little hints. And I wanted to power through and get to the end of this section before the patch comes out on Tuesday, because this particular patch series that I've been working for is so cutscene heavy and just fluff that they're actually trimming it down with the next patch, because they found that a lot of new players, because there's so much content to get through to get to current content, that people would get to this patch bank and just quit the game and wouldn't continue on to 3 and 4 and 5. So I'm doing it, uploading my stuff to YouTube and saving it for my own posterity to go back and be like, oh, if I ever want to watch that again, I've done it. So, and now that I've done that, I don't have to have marathon streams to get through everything. My Sunday mornings can just be back to a couple hours of MSQ to work my way towards Shadowbringers again. Yeah. Okay, it is after lunch, you can have a snack. When Nim wanted treats, like right after breakfast, I told her no, but it is later now. Has she come up here yet? Here you go, Leia. You can have the first ones. There you go. Oh, there she is. Well, here. Then I'll put these closer to Leia. Here you go. Those are yours. So yeah, my goal moving forward, now that I don't have to rush anything, I don't have any timelines, is Sunday mornings, 10 to 12 Eastern Time, are when I plan to just do some more story stuff. I love my kitties. They're down there eating their dental chews. And then my Wednesdays are whatever. Right now on Wednesdays, I'm doing a Civ 6 stream as a kind of tutorial for my dad. And then once I finish that campaign, I might move on to A Tale of Two Brothers. I'm going through and looking at all the games in my Steam queue that I haven't really played, and I'm debating whether or not I'll do that one on stream or not. So that might be what's up next on Wednesdays. They got their treats and they left the room. They're satisfied. Yes, during most of like the first hour and a half of the stream, Nim just kind of sat here and obscured my view. Haven't heard of that. I have been playing just in my own time the HGTV DLC for House Flipper, and I finally 100%ed 2 Point. Hopefully they don't release any more DLC and undo my achievement. Well, the nice thing about the HGTV part is the first part that I'm playing right now is back to like the original game where you have to go through all the jobs first before you can just start flipping. So it's like little spritzes of stuff. It's not full out remake it. Interesting. Okay. Oh, now we got some Amano artwork. Dan Kaiser is missing it because he's outside doing work. Kel, did Kuros change the name of our FC? Because I just got invited by Solil to a Discord for a different FC. okay. Yeah, Ange is in the voice chat. I didn't get if I did get an invite to the wedding, I haven't been on to check my mail. So, maybe that's it. Okay. I was confused for a second there. I'm like, have we just, you know, actually flipped the bird to B&B? And it's like, no, we're having our own FC chat, but we're changing the name of our FC. Yeah, but Salil was asking people who wanted an invite, and that's when Marg was saying that he had work to do. So I wasn't sure. I've only been half paying attention to this whole wedding thing. Because Breakin' hasn't been too active of late, which will change as of Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, it must be the wedding because Morph just joined as well, and Morph is not SMP. Nice! So I actually just purchased Assassin's Creed Odyssey for myself because the PS4 Summer Sale made it ridiculously hard to refuse. Never played an Assassin's Creed. Been debating which one to get. Almost picked up Origins at the beginning of the Summer Sale because it was totally on sale. And then, like, the next day it wasn't, even though everything else still was. And I was like, damn, I missed my chance, you know. And, but then when I looked yesterday or whatever, the Odyssey Ultimate Bundle or whatever was disgustingly on sale, and I'm like, okay, can't refuse. Not gonna be able to play it for a little while because I have such a backlog of games, but I'll go ahead and grab it. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. I'm like, there's so many Assassin's Creeds, where do I start? And I don't really want to have to start all the way at 1, because I don't think everything's necessarily aged right, and I'm kind of intrigued by Valhalla, and I don't want to have to, like, play every single Assassin's Creed before starting Valhalla, because that'll take forever. But that was the other thing that I'd heard, was that Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla are a different type of game, that they're more open world RPG than stealth adventure, which is cool because I like that genre a little bit better. And then that Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla are basically standalones, that it's not like you have to play one to understand what's happening in the next, so that made me happy. And the Ultimate Bundle actually came with 3 Remastered, which comes with Liberation. So I have those if I want to check out 3, even though I know it's not as much of a standalone, but whatever. I have it, it's free, why not? Okay, credits, you can end. I mean, I let all of A Realm Reborn's run except for the Legacy list. Right now on my consoles, I am playing through Final Fantasy VIII, and then I will probably try Resident Evil 2 Remastered that I picked up for my PlayStation. So now that I have a PlayStation, I'm trying to like play through good, like, now that I'm not limited to just Nintendo games, what other types of game series do I want to touch on? Yeah, like 6 months, yeah. My mother was over yesterday when Odyssey was downloading, and she's like, oh, you probably want me to leave so you can play your game. I'm like, oh, this? I'm not playing this for like 6 months, don't worry. At least. Because I have... So let's see, I've stocked up already for my PlayStation 4, and yet I keep buying ones. Resident Evil 2 Remastered, Last of Us Part 1, Final Fantasy 15, because I'm a Final Fantasy freak, I gotta play it. I downloaded and bought in the summer sale, it was super on sale as well, the Kingdom Hearts All-in-One thing, because that I was told, if you want any prayer of understanding what the fuck's going on in that game, you have to play all of them in order. So we'll try. And then now Odyssey and technically 3. Oh, yay. Okay, here we go. More content.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
I don't think things went entirely to Lilorida's plan, but he'll make the most of it. The bull is angry. Nembrales is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Wait. Nembrales did not have the right to bring forth the order. So was the Bahamut Calamity Nebralis' mastermind? Or did he fuck up on another planet? I don't know which rejoining he was responsible for. I know Guillaume, I believe, is one of the ones that fucked up the source, but... or at the first. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will, they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. Riange, be careful! I would speak of fate, Archon, yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Careful, Riange. Yeah, except I'm wrapping it up. I'm just about done with 2.x. Next week we start Heaven's Sword. But I have it all on my YouTube if you want to watch all of it.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
Yeah, you have issues with Ishgard, I know. But unlike you, I'm not their enemy. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope, and eyes fixed heavensward. Horrible name for an achievement. I believe that's it. That this is the first quest of... Let me double check. Let me double check. Seventh Astral Era quests. Is this the last or the first? Nope. This is the first. Alright. So this is where we stop and save. And we will come back next week to start Heaven's Sword. So thank you all for coming and joining the show, And I will catch you next time.